believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadatudeen and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent?
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, break of the 7 seals. Okay, brothers and sisters, I have a special presentation. It might be my last one. For a while, for a long while maybe. A special one today. I'm going to give a comprehensive explanation. I got another microphone. Hopefully you can understand me. But again, it's $5,000. I keep talking around it like today. Right? They want to shut me up. Oh, they're saying vehement things about Farrakhan. Well, why don't you just shut me up? Just come and get your $5,000. You know, it's incredible. I mean, I can talk for a while just before I get into my presentation. But it's incredible. I mean, you look at it and you say, that's why the people looked in the head and said they couldn't believe what they were seeing today. Because the truth be so clear in the fool and error. And everybody's erring. And you say, how's that possible? We're so clear. I mean, you got these clowns talking about Farrakhan's representing Elijah, and nothing be further from the truth. I mean, it's easy. Just look and see what Farrakhan is saying and see what Elijah said. He mentioned black men in fall of America. The Savior Isaiah has arrived. How to live. Look at the lessons. They're totally against everything Elijah Muhammad said. Everything. And not some things, everything. Everything the Master Muhammad said. He said they're all devils. They cannot be reformed. Oh, some of them are good. And we're going to reform them. And as Father said, he's our brother. You know, I was with Elijah. This shit, they saying is sick. It has nothing to do with Elijah. No way, form, fashion. So you say, your back say, how the hell? And they're trying to make you think that that's what Elijah was teaching. So when you look at it from that point of view, you realize they're enemy to Elijah. They did it to distort what Elijah Muhammad taught. They not did it to promote what Elijah Muhammad taught. They did it to distort it. They're enemy to it. But they keep putting words in Elijah's mouth. Elijah said totally opposite. He said, we're fools to stay here. Farrakhan said, we're not going anywhere. God's a man. Oh, well, God's making us all in the womb. Well, Master Muhammad, he must be a player. He must be a player, boy. He'd be a player. He'd be a god, right? He's doing all these women. He did your mama. Well, then they did my mama too. Because he made us all in the womb, and he's in flesh. That's what he say. God's a man. And then he made us all in the womb. So if it ain't Master Muhammad, then what God are you talking about? Oh, the originator. But then Elijah, you can't worship flesh. They're all over the place. Oh, Master Muhammad prays. We praise too. We can't play the flesh. Well, I thought you said God was a man. Damn. They're all over the place. And this one today was even more, I mean, every time you think they can't get any deeper and shit can't get any stink any worse, there comes some shit that's worse than what they had last time. I said, damn, man, cool. Where did they get this stuff from? They pulling out Farracon's ass, and damn, boy, it must be getting really tough up in there. But it gets worse they said today was totally off the page. They don't know what gin is. They come telling you, trying to explain. They can't stand playing a story. It's all backwards. Then they had to, if you listen carefully, they had to distort certain sayings to make say what they wanted to say. It's all bullshit. I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you a couple clips here. And you say, and then all you gotta do is go look at it and say, how is that? Like he's saying, I got a clip saying, Flazier, he's our brother. That wouldn't have played when Elijah was around. Even the weakest FY wouldn't have, but that would have played with them. So they're telling you, if they're saying that, that means they're enemy to it. They're to distort it. They're trying to make you think Elijah Muhammad said this stuff. So either the agent, their agent or the government, or just an outright enemy. There's no other conclusion you come to. Because that's why they won't collect this $5,000. I said, all you got to do is just show me this is consistent with, that's all you got to do, and you get $5,000. That's what they claim. That should be easy. It should be easy, $5,000. It's been out there for what, months, years? It should be easy to collect that $5,000. But they don't, because it's not consistent. And that's that's hurting them. When the Lord will consume with the spirit of his mouth and destroy the brightness of his coming, destroy. Destruction is about to take place of immense proportions. But for me, brothers and sisters, like, I'll get to that in a minute. Because I am, let's say, exhausted. Oh, he's exhausted. He had no followers. No, that's not why I'm exhausted, bro. I don't want any followers. I made that clear over the years. I run away people. I don't want any followers. Followers are a problem. That's Elijah Muhammad's task. That's not mine. Mine is to get information. And take down these demons. And say he did it by himself. Because he was more effective doing it by himself. See? Because he got other people, he got problems. He got to look around. I don't want any followers. Because it's a problem. You got to push them, talk to them, check out. Well, that's a lot of work. I don't need it. I got too much on my plate already. You're dealing with people, I don't want them. I'd rather just go away. Because I haven't had any followers anyway that was productive. So I got to take a distraction. Okay? Never asked for any followers. I didn't ask for any money. I didn't ask for any help. That's not why. See, let me give you an analogy. The Quran tells you that there's signs in everything in creation. Why? Because it's all based on the same principle. Everything based on the principle, every action has an opposite equal reaction. That's the fundamental principle of the universe. And so when you see a woman giving birth, that certain things happen that way. Because that's one of the processes. And the birth of a child that follows that particular process. Birth of a nation follows that process. All things have the same type of process because they all work on the same principle. So if you study that process, you can say, oh, and you see another process similar, so you can understand that one because you understand that one. So let me give this analogy. You know, that's why you have to have a comprehensive understanding how the universe works, and these clowns don't. They don't. They have no idea. They're going to pay a heavy price for it because ignorance There's no excuse to consequence. Consequences don't know anything about excuses. Consequences is just some crazy maniac that's going to make sure everything is exactly right all the damn time. He don't make no exceptions. That's what consequence is. And consequence is the essence of Allah. The essence of Allah. Consequence. That's the essence of the universe. It's our very next. Our bodies cannot work. Our minds cannot work without that principle. Consequence is every act. It's another way of saying every action, as us evil reaction, is just another way of saying consequence. Without that principle, nothing would work. In this universe, nothing. So you say, you take a desert, for instance. Now say it rains like once a year. I'll give you an example. Say it rains like once a year, right? Like every January it rains, right? I'm not saying January the first year they're all mixed up too. Let me move on. So it just rains once a year. And so it rains every January, say January 1st, right? It's about December the 1st. All the rain is almost gone, almost used up from the last rain. So it depends on how many animals and trees and everything that you need to require water. Depends how much water is left. Sometimes it may have dried all up. That's a drought when it was all used up before the next one came. Or it could be different stages of it. It could be almost used up and there's not enough for everybody. Somehow some of the plants are wilting and drying up, and some of the land is drying up, and some animals are staggering around. So there's maybe some water, but not much. And then maybe a situation where all the water's run out. That situation gets worse and worse and worse until after the rain comes. And all of a sudden, man, the plants start reviving and animals start jumping around and carrying on, except the ones that's dead or just near dead. But as it gets closer and closer to the time the rains again, it gets worse and worse, and the animals start dying and plants start wilting. Then the buzzards come out. See? And by the time, it's just before the rain starts, man, it's buzz all over the place. They're eating their dead bodies and watching the bodies that's about to die. Even attacks on the bodies that can't move, that's almost dying. You see, all the buzzes come out. So how does that matter? Okay? Because that's the same thing that's happening, and that's happening in our lives, and that's happening is what's going on right now. Because every 50 years, as the Quran says, it doesn't say 50 years, but I told you, that's what I showed you, is that cycle, a 50-year cycle. We get an energy wave. No, sister, she said energy bursts, okay. Her waves, wave rather, right? 2 plus 3 equals 5, and 1 plus 4 equals 5. I just prefer 2 plus 3. At any rate, still equals 5, so I can't argue with it. Bird wave. When I think about it, birds do have a ring, right? So if I think about it, maybe I want to switch over to birds because I kind of like fits into a few things. Anyway, let me move on. So we live off. So now we're coming to the end because we're expecting an energy wave any minute. I mean, I'm sure it's already hit the earth. It says momentous in the heavens and earth, but it coming but of a sudden. So that means we'll suddenly experience it. They experience it in 60 suddenly, they experience it in 20 suddenly, experience 60 suddenly. And that's corresponding to our emotional status, which is reflected in our music. We explain all of that. Right? Okay. So now, we run out of all the energy. We used up almost all the energy, or maybe have used all the energy from last time. It's almost all gone. So we're waiting for a recharge. That means everybody's getting weaker and things not. Because remember, it takes energy. So that's energy. If you got a lot, you got excess energy. You got good luck. You got positive energy. You got negative. You got excess, extra, right? Excess. If you have less, then you have bad luck because things not working for you, right? Because if you at point A, if you have good luck, then things you move positive. If you got bad luck, you move negative because you have less energy. So things start happening bad for you. Because now things that was working stop working because you don't have enough energy. Or you have enough energy to maintain something, but now you don't have enough. Say it takes Use energy to maintain something. They only got 90. Well, you can't maintain as well as you did before. But you're still trying to maintain it at 100. See, you're trying to maintain it 100, but you only got 90 now. So now, but you're still trying. So now that's negative because it's working against you because you're trying to maintain what you had before. That's getting America. America's trying to hold on control with their head and losing it because you want to maintain control of your head. So then you got an 80 now. See, it's hard to control. So that takes energy. So things get worse and worse and worse because now you got to start budgeting things, but you don't understand it that way yet. And that gives me a point. I want to talk about something else later, maybe. We control energy in the hereafter. To monitorize it, that's another story. I don't know if we get to that or not. But anyway, so that's the situation. So as the animals start dying and the buzzes coming. So that's what you see happening right now. Because like I said, I had that vision when I was a child that just before the end, I'd be so tired. I didn't recognize the mathematics of all I saw was I was climbing up a mountain and it got darker and darker and darker. But I was moving up a mountain. I was moving up. Right? It got dark and I didn't know what I was doing. I got so tired I just couldn't move anymore. I got to the point where I just pretty much gave up. And I got a little inspiration, just say, oh, let's chop. I was crawling the mountain like this. You're crawling. And something, just one more stroke. I couldn't see myself. I could see the mountain. All I knew was on the mountain. I guess I would. I couldn't see the mountain. I couldn't see anything. It was so dark. And when I did that, hit the top of the mountain. I didn't know how far I was up that mountain. And everything just came. It was just so beautiful. State of bliss. It's like a rainbow came out, like, rings and circles going out, different colors like rainbow, real slow and real beautiful, like that music to it. So beautiful. Just before that, I was dead. That was a dream I had when I was about 6, 7 years. I think before my mother passed. She passed when I was 9, something around there. I remember it was on Waverly Avenue when I had that vision. In Newark. Anyway, so that's what's happening now. Because right now, I'm telling you, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I ain't never felt this time my whole life. I'm 77 in a few days, but I don't think that's it. Right? Exhausted. And so, but everything, and like this week has been, if I tell you about this week, you wouldn't believe it. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. It's been building, every week it's been building up to now, and this was the worst week ever. So I'm applying that analogy. I said, okay, that gets back to that vision I had. Because we're using up all the energy, more or less, and so things are not working. So I got to pull back. Because I was trying to maintain everything I was doing before. I was trying to. And so maybe I back up a little bit. Right? So, and then, remember I told you then the buses come out. You look at the internet lately? Every nigga out there telling me, I'm Elijah. I'm FARRACON. I ain't never seen anything like it. That's the buzzers coming out. They can flush out people because they ain't with anybody. They lying dogs. You see the analogy? They're all over the place. I never seen anything like it. The buzzers are all over the place. They're all over the place like I never seen before. In their dead bodies. Hey man, come with me. I'm with Elijah. And then someone will argue with me, put stuff on me, because I hit them. I won't argue with you. Get $5,000. Show me one verse that proves Farrakhan who he said he is. Just show me one verse. See? So that's an analogy. So that tells me, right, that analogy holds, and I believe it will, that the energy burst, we're going to realize it any second now, any minute now. But I said, I got to the point where it was just, and I know the wife looked at me and said, she said, she can't believe me herself. She says, well, she knows how I am. Right? See? But she lost faith in me. She just, you slow down a little bit. She knows it's unusual for me. I give 100%. That's probably one of the problems where I'm still trying to give 100%. And it's like I don't have 100% energy to give 100%. You get the point? See? And so that tells me, might it make sense to you or not? We'll know in a few days, won't we? See? But that's what's happening because that's the analogy that you see what's going on right now. These buzzes, I've never seen anything like it. And they're all lying. We can prove they're all lying. They don't know shit. But they're all over the place with that bullshit. And what happened to the buzzards? When that rain comes, them buzzards may be long gone because then the animals catch them. The lions catch them, they jump up. You ever seen that before? A bird jump, and then the lion, he springs and he catches it. Catches that damn thing by his legs and that. One buzzard gone. See? Because then what the buzzards do? They ain't got nothing to eat. What happens? See? You ever think about that one? That's the way I found it. So unless I got it all wrong, that's what tells me. I thought, I said, man, I figured I could barely make it any further. Continue what I'm doing. But no. So anyway, I started to put that out there, bro, sisters, like analogies. Explain to everybody. You understand the fundamental force, every action has opposite reaction, and how it's applied to our existence, our reality. It applies to us in the form of pressure. The pressure, the components of pressure are vectors. Vectors are representations of every action has opposite reaction. Vectors, right? Forces. That's what action reaction is, forces. So vectors are a mathematical representation of forces. Right? And they're the fundamental components of pressure. Yeah. So when you go down deeper, you get down into pressure, you get into vectors. You go down deeper inside, you get the fundamental thing, every action has a reaction, which is a force. So you go down deeper into pressure, you get vectors. You go down deeper into it, you just get the force. Forces, motions is. But I don't think anybody's really studying that. But that's where you got to start thinking through that prism. We're going to talk about that in a minute, about keys. I don't want to forget keys. Right? So let me make a little note because I'm normally forget that one. I keep saying I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk as long as I can today, brothers and sisters, because it might be the last time I talk to anybody for a while. So I'm going to talk as long as I can. That's my wife come and jumps on me and can tell me we got time to eat or something. You got some beef ribs on the burner. I like beef ribs. Right. You, because she put the ribs out, right? And I took it. What I like to do is I like to put the ribs right in a pot and not boil them, but in water. So they get real tender. And I cut the meat off the bones. And then all I got is just the meat. And then I take the meat and put some sauce and stuff on it, saute it, and put that put that boy in the oven. I mean in a broiler, whatever. And man, whoa. There you go. So she can't say, oh yeah. Because I she was doing some things, right? So she had thrown the house, I wouldn't put it in the pot, right? Well, you gonna handle the beef? I said, no. You gonna handle it? I said, no, yeah. You know what to do. I just put out there to just soften it up, pull them bones out. I don't be, because you eat ribs with bones, man, it's a hassle. Because you can't really enjoy that much meat because you keep trying to get around them bones. So I just cut them bones out of there. Anyway, that's my little piece on that one. So usually, a lot of times I usually do that, but today I gotta do this. I gotta get this done. So she understands. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. So this clown right here. See, when you understand the process, you have to understand the angel, and that's about the key. You understand the angel. You understand the process. You know what's going on because they don't put these things together. You hear everything talk about the chaff and the wheat? Well, it says that separation that take place. So some of them had to do it. So who's the chaff? Who's the wheat? So if there's a chaff and the wheat, that means that somebody's will represent the chaff and somebody's will represent the wheat. and they mix them together. They're two different natures. They look alike. They're two different natures. So one's representing one and one's representing the other. And that separation would take place, right? At the end, when the true Son of Man showed up. And they don't understand that either, because Son of Man, see, Elijah Muhammad didn't understand that either. He said Son of Man meant the Son of a Man. Well, I mean, you can go with that if you want to, but this really doesn't, and that's not what it is. It comes from Suleiman. Says Son of Man, says Suleiman was a wise man ever lived, his son of David. Spirit knows, but who took down Goliath? David did. That's Master from Muhammad. Goliath is false Israel. So he's a spiritual son. When he keeps talking about the Messiah, keeps talking about his father. He's my spiritual father. His spiritual father going to do this and do that and whatever. You see? And so he's the one that takes down. He's the one that says, wise men ever live. He's the one that takes down the demons that carry on his father, takes down Goliath. False Israel. Master from Muhammad. That's the war in the Middle East right now. See, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You see? So that's where Son of Man comes. Sul Oman, Son of Man. If you break down Spanish, right? Sul, son, o, man, man. It's a play on words. Suleiman, Son of Man. That's where it comes from. See? He mean, well, like I said, we got the chaff and the wheat. And so you let them keep on talking that bullshit line. If you understand consequence, brothers and sisters, if I'm lying, I will pay the consequence for it. If I'm distorting, I will pay the consequence for it. I can't get around it. I cannot shoot myself in the head or nothing. No one leaves this planet. No one leaves this life without full accounting. Why they call it the last day? That's talking about the last day of all this bullshit we got to go through. The time of unprecedented trouble. The last day is a time when the last day of winter, put that away. It's a nation thing, global thing. But the last day for an individual is how you lead this planet. So if you owe, you're going to live out here negatively. You're going to live out here in pain, suffering. If you live a positive life, then you're going to live out here positively. As the Quran says, some of them, the last that cry will be all praised by Allah. They felt good on the way out. Or you go out and pray, oh, I'm going to hell, man. You know, your mind's all messed up because you're fucking around other people's minds. So now I'm going to hell. So you go in panic. I'm going to die. Can you help me? Remember that guy, John Wayne? He's supposed to be such a tough guy. On his deathbed, he was praying. He converted to Catholicism. He had a priest come pray for him every second. Oh man, please pray for me. You're not going to get out of here. You might think so. Oh, no, you think you can cheat death? You cannot. You cannot cheat God. You cannot cheat consequence. That's impossible. So you want to lie? Because they know they're lying because they can't prove a damn thing they're saying. So you want to lie? Fine. It don't bother me. Only thing that bothers me is that you're confusing our people and causing them to deviate. Other than that, I don't give a damn about you lying. I definitely want you to come by me because I don't need your bullshit. Stay away. But you will pay. You will not leave here without paying. It's impossible. Everyone has an option. Yeah. So you will have a full accounting of your life when you leave off this planet. A full accounting. I think the Quran says stuff like, do this before you die and make sure you took care of this. Why would you, would you give a damn after you're dead? Because they're telling you, hey, so when that accounting comes, you got a good account. That's what they're telling you. Would you care about what happened to your parents after you're dead? And your children after you dead? How would you care about all that? You don't give a damn about anything. But the Quran tells you, take care of certain things before you die. Why? Because they know that you're going to have an accounting at the time of death. That's what's trying to tell you. So you have a peaceful, even happy death. If you go out here mellow, happy. That's the way to go, right? Either way, you're going to be dead. What you did don't matter. But you have a full accounting. Full accounting. Take or leave it. That's your business. So this clown right here, it says he will go out in destruction because he's robbed the nation. Look at him right now. They keep on trying to bullshit somebody. He says, great. Well, how come they're claiming the so-called last Savior's Day, he'll show up? And this one, they already said he ain't going to be there for that one either. But yeah, he's good shape. He's positive. But they're goddamn liars. So why, if God told him to shut up, why can't he make an appearance? The last time he made an appearance, he came in a one-piece jumpsuit because he got to dress his ass. They had to hold him up. And he looked like he's retarded. Like, you know how you look when you know. A formal affair, everybody's suit and tie, he come in a jumpsuit on. Because they got to dress his ass. He's pissing shit in the bag because of that cancer. Plus he can't wipe his own ass right now. But yeah, he's the man. He's the Messiah. So I'm laughing at him. It says the Most High would sit back and laugh at him. They'd be in derision. He said, be cracking up at these clowns. But they think they're getting away with something. Watch what how the end is. The end was going to be terrible. You know, you better be careful how you dish your shit out. They're selling shit to our people. They dish your shit out. They push out FARRACON's ass and push out their mouth, right? Eating the shit out of his ass. They pass on to you and tell you it's honey. Okay? So they sell this shit. And they actually want you to pay for it. Send us money. Like today, tomorrow. Farrakhan don't want no money for anything. Well, how he's a millionaire? You don't have a business. Oh, we just give him gifts. That's so full of shit. So they've been giving shit. So what do you think the consequence of that would be? I can tell you right now. Every one of them that's caught is going to be made to eat literal shit. Let's see how it tastes. They tell me it's honey. I can tell you it's going to be much worse than that, actually. I give you a little bit. Show the consequence. You after you dish your shit out, you're going to eat shit before you get out of here. That's what you're giving it. Because anybody examine it, that's why they won't get that $5,000. And they definitely will not. I mean, I wouldn't waste my time debating them. But they definitely wouldn't debate me because they'd be dead in 5 seconds. Less than that. They'd be dead before they start. Because there's nothing they can say to justify this bullshit they're selling. Nothing. They can find anything. Just he's Aaron. What did Aaron do? Just look it up. They get new words you ever seen before, right? Just look in the dictionary, see what the word means. Don't tell somebody tell you what it means. Look it up. So look it up. What did Aaron do? What said Pharaoh? Oh, that's the Bible. What the Quran says. Why did Moses want to kill his ass in Quran in the Bible? Yeah, he's Aaron. What did Aaron do? Oh, Elijah's the last one. Really? We get into that in a minute. It's pathetic, brothers and sisters. Pathetic. Let me do a sound check here, because someone a lot flying. Don't bother me. So we see, brothers and sisters, it's sad. Well, it's sad enough for them. By people that they're confused by it. Now, some of them will escape that, but the point is, with limbs missing and carrying on, and they're the ones who cause that, because they're blocking the truth. But they can't, because truth is like light. Truth is light, and light carries heat with it. You get the sunlight, you get light, but you get heat with it too. Same thing with truth. You hold it back long enough, the heat gets so much after a while, heat burns your ass. That's happening now. And you notice that the so-called internet today, I noticed that my wife says, I had to go in and do something. She said, hey, man, they showed a little piece of the audience, about a half a second, but they only showed the first 2 rows. And they never show it again. This is the first time I've seen that, because usually they show the audience a few times, because no one there. It was no one there. I told you he's drying up. Oh, he's the guy. He's the one. Everybody loves him, the Million Man March guy. And nobody's with him. That was said, who the Lord will consume, be taken out of existence and ultimately destroy. Nobody's there. And that's why they complaining, because it's truth. It's when people start asking questions. They start asking questions they can't answer. So they start making up shit. Nobody there. And then they went further and said, if you notice, now forever, since Elijah Muhammad says, Master Muhammad set it up, there are 3 meetings, three open meetings. They also had an FY meeting and MGT meeting on the weekends. Now, the FY meeting was Saturday mornings, because I was there. I'm not sure what an MGT meeting was. You know, I'm on the MGT, right? And then they had normal services Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. That's been forever. Now, when I was there, when Elijah was there, Wednesday and Friday, the place was packed. You don't see it like that now. It's even the messenger only came out during theology time. So Mr. Yusuf Shah, the one that was the minister of the temple, he gave Wednesday and Fridays. Well, he gets Sundays a lot of times too. Most of the time when Elijah Muhammad wasn't there, it'd be places packed, standing room only. Sometimes people outside. Right? That's every Wednesday, every Friday, and then Sunday. Okay. You know what he said today? They weren't going to have a meeting on Wednesday and Friday. Did I get that wrong? Why? Because anybody showing up. That's why they show any the audience today. They show maybe a couple of rows up front. And then when they have people come in and say, anybody believe what I had to say, come down the aisle? Usually they show the whole thing then. And the people that showed up was 2 people that came out of the 3rd row. That's my mission. Got to take Farrakhan out. And he's going. Only a few more days. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Here we go. Now you're going to tell me I give you $5,000 if you show me anything. I say 10,000 if I had 10,000. I don't have 10,000. I don't lie. Oh no, I do lie. I lie to my enemies. My God can't lie. Yeah, I'm a God, so are you. I recognize you don't yet. But you won't get there. You got damn right. And you read the Quran again. A lot of lies with enemies too. He just what says in Thessalonians? If you don't believe the truth, then he give you strong delusion. What you think delusions are? Truth? That's coming from God. So God can do anything he wants to do. He can lie if he wants to. Everything came from him. So I lie to my enemies all the time. And we'll continue until they're all gone. I'm not going to tell them the truth. You just read about it. The one you call Jesus. Remember the prayer he made? You don't reveal the truth to these fools. Oh boy. Okay. So the point is that this right here. If you read this right here and go just look up what anything, you'll find that this is totally against. Because at the end he says, what the word he says is we honor Master Prophet Muhammad. This is what we say today. No, that's dishonor. You can't find anything he says that consistent with any that has any honors Master Prophet Muhammad any kind of way. It's totally against them. Just listen.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you will never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. and Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
The Quran has a different story on that, right? About taking Christian Jews for friends. He's obviously a so-called Christian priest. But further, right? That doesn't honor Master Prophet Muhammad. Oh, because his skin is that's the same game Malcolm played. It doesn't matter your skin color. Right? It's not about skin. It's about your nature, who you are, your seed. It said the seed of Abraham. It say the color of Abraham. It said the seed. And Farrakhan is not the seed of Abraham because he says his father's a devil. It's what the seed is. You put an orange in the ground, that orange may come looking green, red, whatever. It's still an orange. You can't change it to something else. His father's a devil. That means he's a devil, period. Farrakhan's father's a devil. He's a devil. But that's the way that's the game they play. And see, like I don't want to distract here, but like I said, the brain calculates and the mind just feeds it. Mind's about data. Mind's just about data, right? But it's the operating system, so it's a little bit about data because it controls the data that comes in. So it's not it doesn't just hold data, but also controls the data. It has a control factor that controls the data that comes into the brain. The brain does calculating. Understand? So the Quran tells all your actions cling to your neck. What it's trying to tell you is that if you keep feeding your brain bullshit, you're going to mess up, you're going to destroy its calculating ability. After a while, 2 plus 3 equals 23 in your mind because your brain's starting to calculate that away because you distorted it. It's like your muscles. If you go out there and you can ruin your muscles by doing stuff that you shouldn't be doing with your muscles. Muscles designed to do a certain thing, you're doing something else with it. You understand? So the thing is, you mess around with your brain, so you mess. That's why I tell people one of the dumbest things you can do is mess with drugs, because drugs corrupt your brain, and you need your brain uncorrupt to figure out how to get off the drugs. You need a clear brain with eyes clear as corrupt. It's like put sand in your eyes. What's the point of putting sand in your eye? Now you need a clear vision to see things ahead of you. But now you got to put sand in it. So you're distorting your vision that you need clear vision to see where you're going. So if you keep lying, because remember, when you're lying, that means you're distorting the truth. That means you're distorting your brain. It's affecting you. You think it's not. Like I said, every action has an opposite equal reaction. So these people, they lie so much, they probably believe their lies. Like I was telling someone the other day, lying requires a lot of memory. Because now you got to remember all the lies, all the pieces you told that lie. And your brain runs out of brain memory capacity. But if you tell the truth, You don't have to remember it. Like I make sure I do the right thing no matter what situation is, without exception. So if some years later I can go back, I know I wouldn't have did that. I know I wouldn't have done that type of thing, so I have to remember it. But if I'm out there, I did this, do things I ain't supposed to be doing, and what? Then I got to remember all that stuff, because if it comes back to me, I got to explain it again. I got to remember it. That's hard work. So let these people keep listening to FARRACON bullshit, deceiving themselves. That's up to them. More power to you. I just hope you keep on doing, go further. When the time comes to separate, you'll be so obvious they won't have to worry about you. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
See, brothers and sisters, it says the most grievous chastisement is reserved for them, the most grievous. The most grievous chastisement is reserved for them. And they're going to get it, and we can prove right away. They claim they can prove everything. They can't prove anything they say. That's a lie right there, because I can prove that they're lying about everything they say. So let's look at this here. Remember, what this says, those being part of the book and discipline the other. Isn't that what it says? Be part of the book and discipline the other. Right? Okay, so let's see if they're guilty of that. They're being part of the book and discipline the other. Okay, let's look at it.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Okay, am I delusional? Does it say there's two messengers there? The messenger and the messenger of the covenant, who comes to the first messenger's temple. So there's two messengers. This messenger comes to this messenger's temple. So they know each other. They haven't met each other. But this messenger is the messenger of the covenant. This messenger is the one that prepares the way before the messenger of the covenant. See, I was semi-met, he prepared the way before me. Who is the me? He's the messenger of the covenant that's talking here. I was sent a messenger, and he prepared the way before me, right? And the Lord you seek, he's the Lord here, is the messenger of the covenant. He's the Lord. Isn't that what it says there? But they tell you, no, Elijah's last messenger. Ain't that what they say? Do they ever mention this verse here? Never. Even part of the book and just being the other, they ever mention this part? Go read it. They mention this part, and never this part. They say, he's the last messenger, eternal leader of the nation of Islam. He's the last messenger. Isn't that what they say? Is that what this says? And they quote this, but they leave out this verse. Being part of the book and disciplining the other. Being part of the book and disciplining the other. Right? Is that, am I delusional? It's right there. Read it for yourself. He's a messenger of the covenant that comes after Elijah, who Elijah prepares the way for. Two messengers. They say there's only one. Elijah's the last one. He said, Master was the messenger, and Elijah Is the message of the covenant? Is that what you're trying to say here? Right? Okay. So then if he's, then who's the I? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let's look at the next one. Remember, message of the covenant here now, right? Message of the covenant, keep that in mind. Let's go to the next one.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Okay. They read this part. They talk about this part, right? They talk about this part, don't they? Okay, let's see the second part of this. Remember this same Genesis, same verses. So let's see the second part of this.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Well, how can you believe this part? They tell you what the covenant is. They don't tell you about the message of the covenant. So they call God liars. God says he's going to show up. He's coming. And they say he ain't coming because Elijah's the last one. So they call God a liar right there. It says he's coming, and they said Elijah's the last one. So they call God a liar because that's not what that says. It says message of covenant coming to Elijah's temple, who Elijah preparing the way for. So they call God a liar right there. And then now here's the covenant. Remember, he's the messenger of the covenant. So we need to find out what the covenant is. Here's the covenant. It tells you the covenant is the promised land. Even Martin Luther King, a demon, got that one. He said, we're going to leave here, go to the promised land. That's why they killed him. But FARRACON said, we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. So they calling God a liar here too. Now they're calling God a liar, but they don't believe in that part. Because they never mention that part. They mention the first part, don't mention that part. Even part of the book and disbelieving the other. They don't mention this part. Why? First of all, he's not a seed of Abraham. Father's the devil, so it doesn't apply to him. That's why it says he despised the covenant. He would despise the covenant because it doesn't apply to him. See? I tell you exactly where we're going. Arabia. Look on the map. Between the river Egypt and the river Euphrates is Arabia. But he said we're not going nowhere. So he called God a liar on this one too. And that's God's word. There's a covenant made. And he says God's a liar because we ain't going nowhere. Am I delusional again? Am I making something up? Ask about it. Okay. Now we got the message of the covenant. We got the covenant. So let's see if we can find who the identity of the message of the covenant is. We know there's the message of the covenant. We know the covenant. So let's see if we can find out what the identity of the message, find out the identity of the message of the covenant.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Well, what happened to Aaron? They claim FARRACON's Aaron, but they passed Aaron, go from Moses right over to Joshua. So he's the one that takes you back home to the river Euphrates. He's the messenger of the covenant, Joshua. But who is this Joshua person? He's not Aaron, because they pass over. So what happened to Aaron? They say Aaron came after Moses, after Elijah. So why did they bypass him? Why does he make it to the promised land? Why does he die in the wilderness? Why? See, why never mention Joshua? In this context, never mention Joshua in this context. Why? They don't mention the message of the covenant. They don't mention the covenant, and they don't mention the actual person, the personage. The part book and this being the other. Because they tell you, Aaron, Aaron's nobody after Aaron. Yeah, but Aaron dies in the wilderness. See? Elijah's the last messenger, and nobody's after Aaron. Aaron was his student, and nobody's after. Wait, that's not what this says. They bypass Aaron. So Aaron say he got the mission from Elijah. That's not what this says. It says it bypassed Aaron. We're right past over Aaron to Joshua. And Joshua is the messenger coming. He takes it home. Pharaoh said, we're not going nowhere. Elijah's the last one. Ain't nobody after me. That's not what this says. Some of them delusional. Some of them delusional.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
So this would happen once the baton was passed from Elijah to Joshua. It says, nothing will happen. I got you. Now, I don't think that FARRACON could claim that because the so-called enemy blew up his ass, didn't they? Did he get protection? Was God protecting him? When he said they blew up his ass with some radiation pellets. I mean, God wasn't able to protect it. I guess Satan beat God's ass, huh? Because they were able to bust his ass open. So somebody forsake him. And that's a curse anyway, isn't it? See, if you told a person, any of these fellows out here, that somebody got cancer and got all that so-called manhood taken away, castrated and everything else, they said, that's a curse, man. No, that's bad news. I hope that doesn't happen to me. They would say that's a curse. In fact, most men would say that's the worst thing that could happen to you short of death. Some would say that's worse even with death. Death is not a question of me. I don't worry about it. It's not something I fear. Not even think about. I see death in a whole different perspective than you. But the point is that they would tell you that. But then when it comes to FARRACON, oh, that's some kind of a trial. Oh, they're gonna graft on some stuff back on them. Transplant. It's a curse. There's no offense about it. Because he cursed the nation. He would be cursed. The person after Elijah would be cursed. It says in Malachi. It's got the messenger. It's got the God. It's got the messenger of the covenant. And it got someone that's cursed with a curse for robbing the nation. So then you ask yourself, who's robbing the nation? Is Master Muhammad robbing the nation? Did he? Elijah Muhammad robbed the nation? Did he? Messenger of the covenant. He asked for a dime. He never asked for a dime. Asked for anything. So who the hell's robbing the nation? Who's rich without having business anywhere? Who's multimillionaire? Be a hint. Right? Name is FARRACON. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
See, that is a promise to Joshua. Not because God stands with a rod and said, hey, you do what I told you, so I'm going to protect you. No. Because he says, follow that law. I keep telling you, if you understand how nature, how reality works, based on pressure, greater pressure overcomes weaker pressure, lower pressure. Greater power overcomes less power. And teach you, the law empowers you. Because it teaches you how to generate power, how to generate pressure. Discipline times energy equals pleasure, equals power. And so the more discipline you have, the more power you will have. But you have to understand how it's like going to the gym. The more you exercise, the stronger you get. So you have to understand you have to have the machines, though, to do the exercise. Same thing. You have to have the means to apply discipline, to train discipline, to emphasize discipline. And that's the 5 pillars. So they tell you, oh, it's time bad, but you notice today, he gave no solution. Oh, just believe in Jesus, just believe in FARRACON. Really? Is that what they told Noah? Oh, flood's coming, Noah, just believe in me. No, you better build a goddamn ark. They don't know. They have no idea. So they tell, we just believe. You think that's going to make it work? No, it's not. See? It's not going to save you. See? That's no story. I'm going to move on, brothers and sisters. He says that has something to do with Master Muhammad. He said 100% wicked cannot be reformed. Must be taken off the planet. He's kissing them. It's not photoshopped. Because he's one of them. His father's the devil. They can't get around that, but they say, oh, 1 drop of blood make you black and all this bullshit. They have to go against science. The next time you at a research center or a chemistry job, and they mix the sperm and the egg together, look through the microscope, see if you see God waving up at you. Hey, I'm trying to take care of business. They had this thing about Ben Carson, right? His story or whatever. He was separating Siamese twins. Well, God made us all in the world, so what happened? When a baby come to form, what? He was on crack then? He fell asleep? See, this is all bullshit. Ain't no God make you in no goddamn womb. Your mother and father made you in the womb. You didn't ask to come here. They put you together. They had fun. They put you together, so there you are. Ain't no God did it. Ain't no God gave you any damn gifts. You got what your mother and father gave you. It's in their DNA, period. See? But the point is, 1,500 years ago, they didn't know that, did they? So the Quran could tell them about something they didn't have no idea about. So it talks in that sense because that's 1,500-year-old knowledge. 1,500 years old. It has no value now. That's why I talk those terms, because that's what people thought. Go back 2,000 years to see what kind of things they were talking about then. God make you in the womb. What about? Well, if Master Muhammad is the God, he's making the womb. What he's doing to the baboons too, and the squirrels and the dogs. Who making them babies in the womb? It's just dumb shit. You got this woman, come on, some Sunni. Why does God wake you at 3:30 in the morning? Ain't no God wake me no goddamn. I mean, if he did, I'd tell him to get the fuck out of here. No God wake me no 3:30 in the morning. It's bullshit. Why they stupid with that shit? And if God wakes up in the morning, like they claim, then why the world's all fucked up then? Just don't wake up the devils. You know the devils, why you waking up everybody, so then you can make peace anytime you want to, right? Why you need a mother plane and everything else? Just don't wake up the devils. This is burn their ass. This truth is burn their ass because they can't split. So they get mad. They want to kill you, cut your head off. You go to the Middle East, talk like that, they want to cut your head off. Because they can't argue with you because it makes no goddamn sense. But they ain't about making any sense. Okay? They tell you, oh, nothing happens without the will of Allah. God tells you that too, doesn't he? Nothing happens without the will of Allah. Nothing happens without the will of Allah. Nothing happens without the will of Allah. Okay, there was will of Allah to blow your ass up, wasn't FARRACON? Wasn't it will of Allah to blow your ass up? Why would he want to blow your ass up? He put a finger up your ass, didn't he? It's so stupid. So why would you blow your ass up, FARRACON? And that's permanent. So if God, women's out in heaven, that means he put your ass in hell, didn't he? Because you ain't gonna have no. Maybe that's why you kiss on this clown here, because maybe that's your husband now. All this dumb shit, winter is about to disappear. When spring comes, there's no trace of winter anywhere. Maybe a couple of icebergs around, but they melting fast. All this shit is gone. Make all things new. There won't be no bullshit like that in the hereafter. It'll be mathematics. If your mathematics not right, then you better get the hell out of town. Because this shit don't make any sense at all. None of it. Makes all in the womb. Nothing happens out the will of Allah. Next time a Sunni tell you that, say, okay, you in accordance with will of Allah? Yeah. I'm totally in sync with the will of Allah. 100%. Okay, so now, every time Adam sends a cruise missile up your ass and blows up, shouldn't you say, all praise be to Allah then? Shouldn't you say that? Because that was Allah's will. You just said it, nothing happened about the will of Allah, didn't you? So now, they send a cruise missile up your ass, so why you getting mad? Why you out here running around blowing stuff? You should say, oh, praise to Allah. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, bro, Trump. Thank you, Allah, for letting Trump blow my ass up. And God should be praising Allah, right? Because that couldn't happen unless Allah wanted. So what they getting mad at Israel, so-called Israelis for? Because it couldn't happen if Allah didn't want it, could it? So you put me in sync with Allah, should be saying, thank you for blowing this up. He blew my child. Oh, I said, thank you, Allah. Thank you. So you can't talk like that. Because this world is full of shit. If FARRACON's lead the charge. Now, if your brain accepts that stuff, that means your brain is so corrupted that stuff passes for honey. And you're accepting it. But if you look logic and math, it doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. None. So if you accept it, means you're either mind's corrupted or you're in total fear. You're saying the truth as it is. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. And these clowns get to my high FARRACON was the good shepherd. Was they there? I was there. When him and Wiles, he called his brother, who hated Elijah Muhammad to his death of diabetes, a painful death of diabetes, right? He's a no good devil. Well, he's not a devil. Well, he's not his father. He's a spiritual devil. They robbed the nation together, and they badmouthed the messenger Elijah. I was there, Elijah and Master Muhammad. and slew the nation, left believers with nothing. And he took off and left the believers. He admitted it. The believers went sick, some went crazy, some went back to prison, some went he admitted that happened, and he wasn't there to protect them. They claim he's the good shepherd. He protected the sheep. No, he didn't. He ran and hid. And this Bernard Cushman had to go and dig his ass out. So he didn't protect the sheep. And then when he came back, he didn't come back as a protector, as a shepherd. He came back as a vulture to finish eating the flesh that he'd been eating. He had ripped off. To finish off the people he had ripped off. The bodies he killed. To kill the nation. They did it. They the ones killed the nation. Then he came back to eat the flesh, the dead flesh. That's what they've been doing. That's the truth of it. Now, if I'm lying, Farrakhan, show me I'm lying. I give $5,000 plus I kiss your ass. Tell me I'm lying. I was there. So if anybody show me that's not the truth I just said. Absolutely, I'm not distorting anything. That's exactly the truth. He was back. He went back to Arizona someplace. I can't remember his actor's name. That he was a singer. That he tried to get back on the stage and do calypso. And I said, no, you've been a bad boy. You've been saying bad things about me. And we'll let him get back on stage. So he was getting broke. And that's when Bernard Cushman found his ass. And he said, well, you can get... And Cushman was a Wallace guy. He was a Wallace guy. And they got mad at Wallace because Wallace couldn't make any money off of Wallace. Wallace wouldn't let him make money off him in the so-called masjids. They said, we'll get Farrakhan out. That's the truth of it. He came back as a vulture. Finish off what he had, off the prey he had killed. Sick. They know it's the truth, 100%. I said, I get $5,000. Anyone can prove what I'm saying is a lie. They haven't stepped forward yet. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to go to this fairly quickly. The point is, brothers and sisters, what's at stake? See, we understand the whole process here. I'm going to talk to some points here. I'm not sure I'll be, I'm not going to be 2 or 3 hours. I would take 2 or 3 hours to kind of put this whole thing together. So I'm just going to give you the basics. What's at stake here? You understand what's at stake here? They understand why people are doing what they're doing. So we're talking about Gog. What's the America has at stake in what's happening right now and us being here? Right? Okay, so let's look at this. Now, the purpose of them, if you read the scripture, what was the purpose of them? See, there was to be a hammer. When we saw we was going to lose energy deprivation, was going to lose control and have energy control, we made someone that would have control. But in order to do that, they would have less discipline. They may shed blood, but they'd have enough energy. Like if you got a Lamborghini, you're making $500 a month, you may not have enough money to maintain that Lamborghini. So it's sitting in the garage all the time. Right? But if you go get your Volkswagen Beetle, then maybe, right, it only costs $200 a month to maintain. So you got $300, you can move around. So we made a Volkswagen Beetle. That's the devil's. Who had energy, it could rule, but they would have the structure of a Lamborghini. They make men shed blood, but they rule for us, keep other nations under control while we was suffering energy deprivation. That's why I call them the hammer. The Bible called them the hammer. They would subdue the nations for us, but they turned again. That's why it says, do not touch that tree. Not eat the fruit of that tree in Adam and Eve. They weren't supposed to turn us, and they did. While we was under deprivation, subdue the nations, and just leave us alone, where we'll be able to take care of ourselves, right? We didn't have any power to rule. We have enough trial to wait out the Holocaust in the deprivation period. Well, not the Holocaust. It wasn't the Holocaust yet until they made it the Holocaust. Wait out the energy deprivation period. But they turned against it, turned to the Holocaust. So that was, okay. That's who they are. They're the hammer. We empowered them. Remember, we made Adam a new ruler. Now, what they said today is totally wrong. I'm not going to debunk it now because I'll be here forever. I want to get to the main points here. So what they did was they turned on us. And if anybody controls your energy, then you're their slave. That's slavery. Someone's controlling your energy. If another brain is controlling your brain, your energy, that means you're your slave. And the energy is not good. It's going to be bad for you because your brain is not controlling energy. Someone else is. That means they're controlling for their benefit. That means it's going to be bad for your body. That's why black folks are the most sick, the most blood pressure prone, all this stuff in America because someone else is controlling energy for their purpose, not for our purpose. They control your energy for their purpose, not ours. So therefore, it's against us. You understand? So they control our energy. Tells if you're an employee, you're a slave because they can tell you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to get a job. Well, that's not your brain telling you. That's their brain telling you got to do that, and that's for their purpose. Because it says for a profit. Profit by definition means they don't pay you what you're worth. If they pay worth, they would make a profit. I mean, it's so simple, but it sounds like cool, man. I'm a capitalist. I make a profit. How do you make a profit? If someone goes out there and earn $500 for you, and you only pay them $100, they put enough energy to make $500, but you only give them $100. How is that fair? They got to exploit you. And slavery by definition, capitalism by definition is slavery. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. That means the more they get out of you and the less have to pay you, feed you, the more profit they make. That's against you because they're using energy for their purpose, not yours. So if your hands are for your purpose, your eyes for your purpose. So if take your eyes out and use it for what they want to use it for, then you can't see anything. You understand that? That's the situation we're on right here, right now. The solution is to get away from them, but so we ain't going nowhere because he's one of them. So they're rich because they're using our energy for their purpose. They got to afflict us to do it. That's a state. So if we leave, they lose their their wealth. Because they don't control our wealth anymore. They don't have control of our wealth, they control it. So if they lose that wealth. You understand? That's a stake for them. Let's do the next one. That's why you understand decisions they're making based on once you understand this. The next one. Now you go back and remember in Europe, when they was in Europe, they was poor. Remember, they was poor up there. There was disease, they was poor, they was constantly at war with each other. There are all these problems up there. You understand? All these problems there. You see? You go back here for a minute. And they did not have control of the nations. Right? They was up there. They was always fighting each other. They had no control. All the nations. They had no control of the nations at that time. They had no control of the nations, right? I said we empowered them to be control the hammer. They didn't have that yet, right? They was poor. They were starving. They were diseased. They were constantly at war. Remember this is Europe. Don't take my word for it. That's European history. They were always fighting each other. But then, you go to therapy, they tell you, well, you got these aggressive tendencies. They can't give you a drug. They tell you, well, when you feel it, go get a punching bag. Go out and do some strenuous exercise. Point the engine in another direction, right? But what they tell you, find something you beat up on. Punch on. Don't beat up on your wife. Don't beat up on your kids. Your friends. Just find a... because it's a certain amount of aggressive energy you got. It's not infinite. You got a certain amount of aggressive energy. All of us have something to some extent, depending on how much discipline we have. So it says, okay, we want to beat up, so beat up on our wife or beat up on our husband or beat up on a punching bag, get out. They'll tell you that. So we use the punching bag because once they got us, they stopped fighting each other like they was before. Once they got us, they had us to beat up on. They can beat us and rape us and kill us and burn us up. We've been a punching bag. So now they had us. The Europeans had Africa, they had us. So they was beating up on them. So they had to beat up on themselves anymore. You see what's at stake here? So if we leave, we don't have control of nations anymore. Not the hammer. They impoverished. They're rich anymore because they control energy. And they're beating each other up because now they ain't got to beat up anymore. They still got that aggressive tendencies. They stop doing it on each other. This is very simple stuff, brothers and sisters. This is at stake here. So let's look at 3. Let's look at number 4. Modernity, comfort. Before the guys here, they was living in caves and worse than ghettos. There was disease and everything else. Living in huts, no heat, impoverished, living in shit. They weren't even taking baths. They thought it was wrong to take a bath. Can you imagine hundreds of years not taking a bath? No hygiene. They didn't have this kind of comfort. Right? But now they have it with us because they can try energy and we produce this stuff for them. We clean their houses, we do all this stuff for them with their employees and everything else. So they leave, they go back to living in huts and caves and everything else they were living in before. You see what's at stake? Because we're here. The Europeans, they're living because of colonialism, going in and enslaving us and colonizing Africa. Think about it. That's 4. Let's go. Remember, they was living in filth and everything over there. Now we the maintenance people. We trip the garbage collectors, but it affects us. If you got to clean up shit, that means you got to handle shit. You see, if we leave, they go back to the disease and all that stuff. That the disease living. That let's just say they're very sick. They're very what's the word? Filthy people. Can you imagine? And they out here pick up dog shit. Now I keep saying to myself, don't you see something wrong with picking up dog shit? You don't see anything wrong with that? No, because you're filthy. Again, never somebody come and tell you, man, I got shit, man. I ain't got a place to go, man. And I'm not filthy because if you pick it up for me, you wouldn't do it. But you pick up dog shit. The dog be laughing at your ass. And you see, black folks, they got more dogs now than when I grew up. You didn't see any dogs in black neighborhood. You just see, I never saw one. There was a time you see stray dogs, you don't see it anymore. That's another story too. All these, because those are demons. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. Those are black folks, devils. It's following after masters. But they say that same nature's master. It's got black faces. Masters rape children. So if we're not here to clean up after them and keep everything clean and sanitized, they're back in the filth again, because that's where they were in Europe. If Europe was so great, how come they left out trying to take everybody's stuff? That's where it was in Europe. Filthy, nasty, poor, hostile, powerless. Let's go to the next one. Their confusion. Christianity, they was against every action has opposite equal reaction. Catholicism. See? Lies, propaganda, all kinds of distortions. See? You know, I'm gonna leave that one alone, bro. So I can get much deeper into this, because if you go into study, if you have to go do some study. But you find out that Jefferson and those guys, a lot of them was Muslim sons, so to speak, Masons. And it says that they got a lot of their concepts, and they wrote the Constitution stuff from the Quran. But when they brought us over here, most of us was Muslim. That's no story. I'll move on. It's a little too complicated for now, right now. Anyway, right. They back into religious turmoil. Okay. Maybe I should speak up. Let me think about that one for a minute. See, back then they would say like, "Oh, you don't have to do anything. Jesus do it for you." That's the idea they had back then. That's why they had nothing. See, but now they apply it to us. Oh well, they don't apply principle here. Oh no, they make us get it for them. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. Move on. Then finally, hostage. Now, a lot of them, I'm going to talk about that. Now, the Quran and the Bible teaches that God will not judge a nation, destroy a nation, while there was the righteous was amongst them. Isn't that what the Quran says? So remember, it's all about us being here. But they got a consequence to all that was doing. And so to avoid that consequence, they keep us here. That's why Pharaoh said, don't let them go. That's why they want to keep us here. And they're doing everything they can to make us stay here, because if they leave, all the things that I just told you about what happened to them, and then plus they get the consequence of what they did to us, because God would judge them. It says God would judge them after the 400 years, but they can't judge them as long as Allah can't get to them. Master Muhammad cannot get to them as long as they got us here. You see the badge of keep us here? So yeah, so who wants to stay here? How's they doing that? Well, isn't that what FARRACON said? We ain't going nowhere. He likes it here. He's sure he's one of them. Because Elijah Muhammad said, Stooge wants to get the hell out of here. But we leave here, look what's at stake. They lose everything. So you think they're going to do that? Hey, Pharaoh going to say, man, I'm going to let you take my wealth, my gold and silver? Because that's who we are. We're the gold and silver. That's who we are. That's when it says gold and silver, they're talking about us. Read Malachi. It'll purify them as gold and silver. We are the gold and silver. It's symbolic, but we are the gold and silver. It says, was taken out, that plundered Egypt. That means they lost everything. They start fighting with each other. They start killing each other all over again. Disease, poverty. You understand? So that's got to hold us here to keep that from happening. And so then you ask, so, well, how are they doing that? Well, they convince us to stay here. If they can't convince us to stay here, right, then they force us to stay here. They can't force us, and they got to get rid of us because they've realized that we are the objects, we are the instruments or the tools of consequence. We're the ones going to carry out the consequence that do it to them and done to you. So, hey, if you can't convince stay here, you can't force them to stay here, right? Then kill them, because the guns are going to take revenge. You understand? That's what's at risk. Now, these clowns won't tell you that because they don't know, because they're part of it. They're part of the vultures out here trying to convince you to stay. FARRACON said, we ain't going nowhere. We want to stay here. I love it here. I got him saying that. Because he's here to protect them, because he's one of them. Because he's not going to the hereafter. He's not going to paradise because he's a son of a devil. He's not seed of Abraham. The promise does not belong to him. You understand? So that's what's at stake, brothers and sisters. Keep that in mind. So that's what they're thinking. You understand? You understand what your enemy is thinking. That's what's at stake for them. If we leave, they got to keep us hostage, keep us from leaving, and also protect them from the consequence of what they've been doing to us to get those benefits for 500 years. Let's move on. And then this is the consequence. Now, we had this. We had covered ourselves as well. Remember, they were supposed to be a hammer for us. They turned against us. So he said, either way, if they're hamster, if they hammer, that means that we could ride out energy deprivation without the Holocaust. If they turn against us, there'd be a Holocaust. The Holocaust would be so much pressure on us that would turn the coal, the angels into gods, the coal into diamonds. So we had to cut both ways. So that's what happened. See? That's why I said, let's make man our likeness, our image. They got that messed up today too. Just, if you got any sense, just go in and do Exodus, go and do Genesis, and do the calculation. The first day is 1,000 years. It broke into two parts, day and night, so 5 years apiece. It's 6,000 years ago. The next day, 5,000 years ago. Next day, 4,000 years ago. Next day, 3. Till you get to the last one was 1, and then the last part is the last 500 years. If it was the last 500 years, they said, let's make man our likeness, our image. You just read it, just do the math. So they come to my them, they're talking about us. Male and female, they talking about Adam. The Adam we're talking over there, he was made 6,000 years ago. And he was made a male, and the female was afterthought. This was 500 years ago, that's us, and the male and the female equal. And they don't call him Adam either. Do the math, if you can. If you're a demon or whatever, don't pay attention to me. You know? If you're a demon, because I'm not trying to make people like me. I keep telling people, it's not about liking or disliking. I might like you as a friend. I love my children, but they ain't going to make it. They ain't going to make it. It says they ain't going to make it because they're rebellious and everything else. And they got to get the same punishment as everyone else. That's just the way it is. You know, I'll tell you how it is, bro. It's just not how you would like it to be.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
There you go, brothers and sisters. What do you say less? This solution started. Why would he want to stay here? He said he's speaking for God, but God said, no, we got to leave. He says they're 100% wicked, and we have to leave here. The promised land, Elijah Muhammad said, we were fools to stay here in the land of our imprisonment. But he says he wants to stay here. He likes it here. Because he's a devil, demon. That's what it says here. He said, I like it here. See? That it says, I like it here. Because he's one of them. I explained to you the math of it. You understand the math of it, right? Do you understand who he is? Why would he want to stay here? See? He likes it here. That's not Elijah Muhammad said. Right? How does he represent Elijah Muhammad? His core message was, he was leaving here. In the FY meeting, we had a big picture We leaving here on the boat. Elijah Muhammad was at the helm of the boat, and all the people that wanted to stay here was on the shore, and devils were beating their ass with billy sticks, billy clubs. I got the picture around. I still got the picture. But he said we ain't going anywhere, so he's totally against what Master Muhammad said, what Elijah said, so it's clear. He just said he don't want to go anyplace else. He don't want to go to the promised land. He wants to stay here because he's one of them. Remember, what's at stake? They doing everything they can to keep us from leaving here. Remember, Aaron didn't want to leave either. He tried to turn the people's heart back to Egypt. So it's clear. So there's no way you can get around it. Let's move on. Okay, I'm talking about a couple more things. I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. The C-bomb. Now, what's a C-bomb? That every action has an opposite equal reaction. So I'm trying to go into the depth of what was going on here. It told us to submit to Adam. See, the jinn said, we ain't going to do it. I'm not going to that. Right? But the point is, the bottom line is consequence. Consequence, you cannot avoid it. So if I punch you in the face, every action has an opposite reaction. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? Oh, that don't handle them. Okay, whatever. Why the God says in Revelations, they never change, doing them double as done to you. So if that's not eye for an eye, what the hell is it? They tell, oh, God, Jesus got away with that, away from that. Well, that's the book he revealed. He said, do double them as done to you. So how the hell he did away with it? If it says right there, to do double them what he did to you. Anyway, so you say you hit me in the face with 10 pounds of pressure, force, bam, 10 pounds of force, bam. And you do it every day for 360 days, right? Bam, bam, bam. Once a day. I'm going to retaliate. So that means I'm damming up the pressure. Because remember, every I said equal crack. So I'm holding it back. So after 360 days, that's 3,600 pounds of pressure that you've hit me with. So I owe you 360 pounds of pressure. I'm holding it back. I'm damming it up. That's why the Christians call this a period of grace. Why do they call this period of grace? They say, oh, Jesus died for us, period of grace. Because it says, told angels, submit. Don't retaliate. Do not retaliate. Just hold it up until the day of judgment. So we held it back for 500 years, for 360 days. So now it says they release it in one day. Babylon will get all they got coming to them in one day. So all that pressure, they get punched in one punch in one day. So a 360-pound punch, 3,600-pound punch, that's accumulated. They cannot survive that, can they? See? They cannot survive it, can they? You see what I'm saying? That's nature. That's a C-bomb. So we create a C-bomb by submitting. Do not retaliate. That vengeance is mine, said the Lord. Okay, who's the Lord then? If we're not the Lord, then why say doing them double is done to you? Because we weren't going to do it. So we must be the Lord. We must take vengeance. Who had the right to take vengeance? The person that was avenged. The person that was afflicted. But you can't put this stuff together. See, you expect people to connect dots for you. Nobody's going to do it. I'm not going to do it. If you don't do it, you're not going to make it. So they fueled the C-bomb by kept on beating us, and we kept on taking it in. So look at us. We all messed up. But look, out here naked and crazy, stupid, because they've been inflicting us with that. That's them. You look at the manufacturer, not the product. So they the niggas, because niggas will make niggas. There's angels, good angels. They're made as good angels. That's the story, brothers and sisters. That's why God told Moses, Pharaoh, we better let him out. Talk about the blow. What was the blow? The blow was the plagues. That was the quality of the pressure. The C-bomb. The seed bomb is all that they've been inflicting us with is released on them one day. And when does that happen? It says, was born in one day, and they was destroyed in one day. Both comes together. Our birth is their destruction. Because our birth is releasing that seed bomb. Our birth is releasing that seed bomb. Boom. Because if you're underwater, somebody got their foot on you underwater, right? Okay, two things happen. When you break that foot, then you come out of water, right? But what's holding you down is destroyed. So then you come out. So we let seed bomb, we destroy what was holding us into this condition, and now we revert back to where we were. So we blew away that was holding us back in this condition, and the consequence of what they put us in this condition. Seed bomb. Okay. Here it is. Seed bomb. Just take it in. Not retaliate. Just keep inflicting us. So hold in. Don't retaliate. Submit. Jim said, we're not going to submit. That's the Sunnis. They kept fighting back every turn. That's why they have no power now. That's another story altogether. It takes hours to put these things together, bro. It's a lot of work. I have a AI. So after 40 years, when Elijah came for 40 years, he told you, hey, they're your enemy. Because remember, we was beating ourselves. See, so we was going to turn the energy back on them. It was prime to go back on them. But they said, FARRACON, we got to stop that. He told them, no, we're the problem. The devil ain't the problem. They're not enemy. We're the enemy. So it's Scientology. It's in our minds. So turn all that force back on ourselves. That's what Josh comes and said, no, that's wrong. You got to put that energy on them. See, FARRACON wants you to implode. See? You understand? But Josh comes and says, no. Get back to your father Elijah. See? You got to put that back on them. Retaliate them. Because if you go to their so-called study groups, they tell you, we can't do them what they did to us. We can't do, like I said, give them double. So they say that over there. Because they're one of them. Because they know they're going to take the brunt of it too. You see the story, brothers and sisters? Understand the principle here? FARRACON was said to tell you to turn that energy back on yourself. Or you're sinful, you're wicked. God gonna punish you. See? And Scientology is in your mind. And the angel devil, they just an enemy. But you're sinful. That's why you're over here. You ain't going nowhere. God's gonna punish you. Turn all that back on us. Implode. When you can have something can explode. But you turn and implode and destroy itself. That's why I said the man in Mark was just beating himself up. He was beating ourselves up. That's what FARRACON's job is to do. To turn all that consequence back on ourselves. Destroy ourselves with it. That's what he's been doing. Oh, the devil's our brothers, our friends. See? You're the problem. Because you're sinful, you're wicked. You get it? He's the enemy. Because he's one of them. And then Suleiman had to come and say, no, they're the enemy. You got to release that energy back on them. Doing them double it's done to you. See? And once you destroy them, then you jump out. You come out, they hold you out down on the water. Now you destroy the foot, just hold you down in the water. Now you come back to your original condition. You understand, brothers and sisters? As a seed bomb. So they fueled it, we created it by submitting. The jinn did not create it. Because they fought back every time. They haven't had a victory in 5 years. And that's why they said their power is going to be broken over the Middle East because they didn't submit. They kept fighting the devils every step of the way. And so now they're powerless. But we have a lot of power. It's just now these Suleiman are directed in the right condition, right place, back against them. and not on us like Farracon's trying to get you to do. Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, all this bullshit. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. M-bomb. What am I doing here? I forgot what I was doing here. Okay, this is something you can check on your own, brothers and sisters. We got an energy wave, about maybe 5 years started, 1860s, and that's when blues came along, because we control the atmosphere, but you don't know it yet. You will know it, right? So we expect the atmosphere. About 50 years later, jazz came. You can check it out on your own. That's us. These are primary music on forms in the whole planet. We're controlling it, but we nobody, right? We're the God. Jazz, the next form, probably 50 years later, 20s. Then about 50 years later, 1960s, Motown. That still comes from us. We get stronger and stronger because every time we get energy, we get more energized. And now we're at the 50-year mark, so we're about to get another, wherever this form will cause, another form of music is about to goes out. Now we're going to war. So now we're going to energize, we're strong to go to war now. And so it's going to be a very powerful, energetic, because remember, each one of those music types was more energetic than it was before. First was blues, we didn't know what to do, 1860s. In jazz, we got jazzy. So I think about Africa and stuff. Right? Then Motown, I'm black and I'm proud. See? Stop being proud of being black and carrying on. We're niggas no more. Black people. See, now we're going to go to war. That's the stage we are right now. So I'm going to leave that there, brothers and sisters. See? And this here, not only, well, this here, see, music move people. It's going to move us, but it's also going to move them. This music, new type come in, it's going to put fear in them. It's going to put so much fear in their hearts. See, this put, Motown puts fear in them. All these niggas talking about, they black and proud, and they want to be that puts fear in white folks' hearts. That's what they care with. 3 strikes out, all that kind of stuff. Crack. This will put total fear in our, they got something to put fear in us, but this music type can put total fear in them. That's no story. I never talk about that. I'm not going to talk about it anymore right now. But this is something you could easily check, bro. Since when did blues come out? When did jazz come out? When did Motown? Every 50 years, start with blues when we first broke our chains. Let's move on, bro. Since I'm not getting to that right now. Alpha NOI. Scientology. Look at the symbol. It's Christianity. Catholicism, modern day Catholicism. I don't know if I have sound on this nut, bro. Let's look at this. This was Suleiman comes on the scene, brothers and sisters. And the first thing we have to do is get our vision back. So people out, a nation without vision perish. They took our vision away in 1948, except false Israel. Okay? They said false Israel. Because they tried, Elijah Muhammad said, we're true to Abraham. They said, oh, we got to shit. Oh, no. So they was killing each other, murdering each other hundreds of years, over 1,000 years actually. They was burning them up, and the next day they was loving them because they had an offset with Elijah Muhammad was revealing that we're true to Abraham. So they set them up over there. Okay? So now, so the man, he has to restore your vision. So the first thing you do, they got to take false Israel out. That's what's about to happen. That's about to happen. And that's a collaboration because Master Muhammad is going to take, when they go to war, when war resumes, right, they're going to take out false Israel. This war resumes, it's going to resume any time now. When it happens, right, and Suleiman is here, right, establish the true vision, reestablish it. It was Elijah Muhammad. But Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere, right? Okay. And then once he take that out, then take out Farrakhan. Because he's a demon. He's mad, son of perdition. Because once the war starts, Farrakhan goes too. He goes too. He's destroyed. First got to establish the vision. Once the vision is reestablished, the war's going on, read Exodus, and was taken out, and his followers through a time of war. It wasn't a victory or defeat. Then after the Pharaoh, he's taken out, then they'd attack us. So now, NOI, under new leadership, the leadership is a message of the covenant. Well, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna say it like that for right now, right? They'd be attacked by Pharaoh, Trump. As long as they're gonna attack all blacks, they're not gonna discriminate. Okay. So, false Israel was taken down, a new vision established, and the vision brings people together. So black folks are coming together, right? So when they come together, that means the demons and the saints are separated. Farrakhan's thrown out the Nation of Islam. It says when thrones are cast down, that means they're cast out. And the Ancient of Days is set. It means now Suleiman sitting in that seat. Farrakhan's cast out. He was saying Elijah's seat for 40-some years. He's cast out. Suleiman sitting in that seat. Nations come together now. And so then they attack. And they're taken out. Right? I'm giving a short version. Because they still got to go to tribulation while they fight. And that's going to take 5 months deal to take out Pharaoh's army. And meanwhile, right, returning home to Arabia. Well, they got our land. They betrayed us. That was our Ishmael. They're our half brothers. They betrayed us in the slavery. Took our land, our religion, our name, everything. So now we got to battle them to take our land back. See? Oh, so we took out false Israel. They had our vision. Right? Took out Farrakhan, who had control of the nation, our nation. Remember, they had control of our vision, false Israel. Farrakhan had control, the demon. The demons had, false Israel had control of our vision. The demons had control of our nation. Right? The devils had control of us, our energy. Right? And now, Hassad had control of our land. So now we got all the things back, right? We got our vision back. Right? We got our nation back. We got control of our energy. Now we get ready to take our land. You understand? And then, once we do that, now the world economics are controlled by them. They will try to control us because the source of their power is in the Middle East, the oil. We have control of it. They're going to come after us to try to get control of all that because we control it. Plus, we deny it to them because we don't want that system anymore. We don't want any democracies and capitalism and communism. We don't want that shit anymore. We have a total system based on the body, unity of the body, which is total peace and freedom for everyone. So we're attacked by them. We don't defeat them, right? We just kick them out. We don't destroy them. Well, I guess you can say we defeat them. Well, I can't say defeat, but they were not victorious. We kick them out of the Middle East totally because they go to war with Africa, and Africa was what destroys them. Then you get Obama. He's with them initially when they came after America, but now they fight with each other. Because when they can't come after us, they come after Africa. Really, Arabia is North Africa. When we defeat them in the Middle East, they can't. Then they go after the oil resource in Africa, and that's when they get in with Obama. He destroys them. And oops, then what's left? What happened? Oh, what happened there? Oh boy, went the wrong way. Destroys them, and then he takes them out, and then he's our older brother. And so he says the nation control of the world belongs to him. He's the oldest brother. He said, no, you sold your inheritance to us, Jacob. And so now it's a battle between us and them. That's the final battle. And we win. And then after that is eternal peace. That's the pattern. Right? What's our weapons? Our weapons of weather. Understand the 5 pillars. I'm not going to get into that right now, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. This situation right now, all of us, Nation of Islam is under the pressure of the whole world. And it says, by us, all nations be blessed. So Abraham, by your seed, all nations be blessed. Let's look at that one. They claim they're spiritual Abraham. So in other words, America is the promised land to them and all that stuff, right? Okay. There's Gog and Magog. So they got rich by claiming that they're the new seed of Abraham now. Okay. They got the rights. The land, all this stuff belongs to them. See? So by using that, that's it, right? That's their argument for what they've been able to do. Because they say, we are Christians and we're Jesus, and now we do see Abraham, so that's a justification for all the shit they're doing, just genocide, murder, enslavement. Because they say we Ham was due to be slaves forever, right? But you notice when you see the Abraham covenant, they only call him Abram. They don't call him Abraham. That's a little hint. Because Ham is the part that was lost, where they condemn and say Ham was wicked and sinful, with FARRACON saying that we're wicked, sinful, and everything else. We're the part of Abraham that was lost in the captivity. That's why they don't say Abe, don't put the Ham part. But we're the part that was lost. Now we're coming back together. Okay? How they get powerful? Remember, all nations were blessed. So how are they blessed? See, by claiming they us. So they say, "Who bless Israel be blessed. Who curses Israel be blessed." So everybody want blessed. That's America. Forces no matter what. Because it says, "Hey, we got to bless them because they did." No, we the true Abraham. But by lying, they get all those blessings. They're supposed to come to us. That's how I said all nations be rich, all nations be blessed through us. Right? Taking advantage of us, that's what it means. Let's look at the next one. Him. He claimed he's a Messiah. He's getting rich by claiming he's a Messiah. He's not a Messiah. He's a multimillionaire. He got Nation of Islam. See? All this, we got our vision. So America got our control our energy because they saying because they claiming stuff they're not. See? So he claimed he's Messiah. So yeah, see, FARRACON, he's honorable FARRACON and all this bullshit. He making that claim so he can get followers and get money and get rich. Then you got them. They claim it, right? It's a real claim, but they're not the heirs. So they got land, religion, holy places, language. That's how our nations, because it's still taking advantage of us at some point. That's how it says, by your seed, all nations be blessed. What's talking about? Then you got them. Now let's explain this a little bit. Now America got economics. Now the economics actually come from us, but the bottom line is they have it. Remember, they want to keep us under control. They don't want us to leave. So to keep us under control, they have to control our energy, right? Okay. So if they gave us economic control, they would have a hard time controlling our energy. So what they did was they make sure we don't have much economic control. So they control energy. So they gave all the economics to the industrial economics to China and the intellectual economics to India. They bring all the Indians over for intellectual, right? Computers and all that kind of stuff, and send all the industrial stuff over to China. Keep us from getting it. So they're talking, well, they're getting powerful now. They are. But see, America has this, it takes energy to keep us in control. It takes energy to keep us in control. So the hard is they have to take by other ways. So they give in all that to them to keep us from getting control. So that means it's harder and harder. It takes more and more energy. The more we grow, the harder it is to control us. So to keep our energy, keep us from getting any control of our energy, keep our energy under control by send it overseas, or like they're doing. But it's backfiring because now they become powerhouse and they're the ones going to take down America. That's consequence again. In order to keep us down, right? It takes energy to keep us down. So that's what they're doing. Okay, Jim Simpson, they go there and make a quality control energy. Because if they kept that here, then, because let me say this quickly. There was a program. I went to the program, so I'm making this up. It's back in the 70s, when after Elijah departed, they started doing the computers. They did basic demographics, found out the government always does that when a new industry comes in, and found out that black people was the best qualified to program. It's a fact. I went to the program, so I'm not making this up. Right? It was a 3-month course, and they recruited blacks to teach them how to program. IBM provided equipment and the teachers, and what they call it, Urban League provided the administration and the office space and everything, right? With the program and the outside industry guaranteed to give jobs to whoever graduated top 10%. I came out number 1 in the class because we're named like Raheem. I wanted to make sure, right? That's how I got back in the computers. When Reagan came along, Carter was president at the time. When Reagan came along, he got rid of that, says, hell with that, these niggas can't have that. That's true. They become powerful. They control a major industry. He shut it down, shut the program down, and started bringing, you couldn't find the Indians in that country during that time. Started bringing Indians in, gave them, they want you to have it, and they start all these programs that put you in poverty and everything else, keep you in poverty. That's a fact. They destroyed Detroit the same way by selling jobs to China. And so the answer is get the hell out of here. But Farrakhan said, no, because he's one of them. We don't want to go, we don't leave. How can he don't speak to these states? Because he don't know him. If he know him, he don't care. Because he's not going back to see Abraham. He's not seeing Abraham. This is a product. They got the Indians here because they don't want you to have those jobs. They want you in Popeyes or in jail or dead or on drugs. That means it's easy to control you. But if you mess around and get control of the computer industry, because really, the industrial energy, the industrial economics, and AI, that's the spring coming in. They lose control of it. That's us. But you don't realize that yet. We're going into a highly industrial, intellectual. Master Muhammad didn't come here with a flying carpet. He comes with super technology. They don't want you to learn technology. They don't want you to learn science. They want you to learn bullshit. NFL, NBA, basketball, soccer, ping pong, golf, anything. Because if you learn that, then you'll be, but you don't have to if you want to make it home. We're not going back to caves and deserts and riding camels. Own a queen planet Earth, God of the universe. And then you got, right? Him, he's claiming the throne, but he says he's the oldest brother. You're going to know about Obama after a while. And it messes with the covenant. You're going to come and straighten all that out. He's in here right now, straighten all this shit out. Or from minister to warlord. Right now, about to turn warlord in a minute when that war resumes. When I switch uniforms. And I'm closing in a minute, brothers and sisters, but see here. Now, understand this. When we were in the fields, Master was living off us. Symbiotic relationship. He has eaten shit. I got a picture of us, right? We under the toilet. He shit in the toilet. He feed us shit. And we taking the shit and turning it to gold and feeding them potatoes and rice and corn. That's the way it was. They literally fed us shitlings. They just changed the S to C because they figure you too dumb to figure it out. They don't eat shitlings. Show me any white people eat shitlings. They don't eat it. They know what it is. They fed it to us. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. Because that stuff you throw away from the pig. He said, well, you give it to them. They'll keep them alive, won't it? They keep on working for us. So, and they had their slaves, their children, their black-faced children from raping our women incessantly for hundreds of years. So half the black people in America are their children. There's black-faced and skin folk. But during that time, there was house niggas, and they would let them work in the house because they were their children. And they didn't have no problem with them because they would do anything Master said because that was their daddy. The only problem is treat us like the rest of the children, please, daddy. That was their daddy. Right? So they was living off us too because they live off whatever Master got from living off us. But when we got out the fields, Master couldn't live off us like that anymore. So his children say, hey, man, his black face children say, what are we going to do, Master? What are we going You ain't got nothing to give us. We're starving. I said, well, you ain't going to live off of me. Go back and live off of them. Live off of them niggas over there. Because they didn't consider themselves niggas. They was blackface. And that's exactly what happened. So that's the preachers and the politicians. Because remember, they all work to serve Master. They love Master. If America fly, because they love Master. But they live off of you. The preachers, the politicians, all of them. And FARRACON's one of them. They live off of us. They don't Master let them build factories and stores and stuff in their neighborhood, do they? You can't live off of us, you can live off of them. That's what they are. FARRACON's one of them. He living off of us. He had just a goddamn thing to me. He renewed the Nation of Islam that he destroyed. You understand, brothers and sisters? Y'all demons. Y'all living off of us. These actors, these politicians, these doctors, these mostly the preachers. You understand? They teach you, love America, be good to Master, or free Master, forgive Master. Really? I ain't forgetting a goddamn thing. The Bible don't tell us forgive them. It says they have vengeance. Don't tell us forgive them. That's their teacher told us. What would you tell your slave? When you tell your slave to forgive you for raping your mama, would you tell your slave to forgive you for whatever he does to you? Of course you would. We tell him to take revenge on your ass, would you? He was wrong again today about 6 to 26, 25,000. It's probably 25,000 years, right? He says, oh, they made history based on the circumference of the earth. The circumference of the earth is 24,920, well, I'm about to mess it up now. 24,960 miles, I believe it is, in its circumference. That's not what the prophecy is based on. It's based on the axis of earth that makes a complete turn every 25,000 years. He can't get that right. Do you read the lesson at all? It's not based on the circumference of the earth. It's based on the axis of the earth. It makes a complete axis turn every 25,000 years. It's not based on that. It might be a coincidence that they're about the same, but it's not based on the circumference of the earth. 24,926 miles. 24,926 miles. That's the circumference of the earth. It's probably not based on that. That's dumb ass. Ishmael is certified stupid. I'm gonna go through this quickly, bro. Then we close. Let me go check something out first. I'm getting a bad sign over here. Hold on. Okay, brothers and sisters, got the message, got the ribs popping, so I got to get the hell out of here. Okay, let's see if I can go this quickly. This is where we were before they brought us over here. See, and this, we had the house niggas, half the black folks was skin folk, half was field. They let them in the house because they trusted them because they was his children. All niggas, right? And then industrial age came in. They didn't need the fields anymore. So they had two different paths, this path and this path. The demons took this path. They want to stay with mass. They stay sharecroppers. But the blues came out at the same time because we had the blues. I'm not into it deeply, but the music affects the atmosphere. It's impacted, our emotions impact the atmosphere, and it comes in the form of music right now. It also comes in the form of weather, but right now it's just music. That's not a coincidence. 1860s, we had the blues because we had the blues. So that's when the music came about, 1860s. And they had the others say, we want to get away from Master, right? And then, probably 50 years later, okay, here, but they want to be more like Master. Remember, the other ones stay with Master. These want to be more like Master, try to act like Master. You're a sinner. These want to get away more like Africa. Start learning about Africa. Then jazz came out at the same time. We start feeling jazzy. Move on, brothers and sisters. And probably 50 years later, remember, probably 50 years later, then even more. There's more greater separation. Because we still think we're all black at the same time. We don't realize that we get the chaff and wheat are mixed together. So now they want to not be more like Master. They want to live with, they want to be Master. Civil rights, we want to be treated just like the rest of your children. We want to be civil rights, we want to treat just because they're Master's children. And we said, the original people said, we want to get the hell out of here. So they're influenced by Elijah. They're influenced by him. He wants to stay in America and grow in, because he wanted, hey, we're your children. We said, we want to get the hell out of here. We want the promised land. And we still think we still the same people. We still don't realize that separation comes greater than what happens later. Now we're here, probably 50 years later, and now we realize, no, this distinction is too great, and now you got Suleiman coming and saying, no, we're two different people. They're demons, and we're original. He's making that, that's where separation takes place. Between chaff and the wheat, because he has to come and make that separation. So he points out, no, he's a devil. He's a demon. He ain't one of us. Right? That's where we are right now. So this is a process taking place right now, because it's already pointing out, the information is pointing out that we separate. He's going to point this out. They wasn't pointing out during Elijah's time. They weren't, not separate. He said, well, you got Oreos, but the point is, he make a distinction. He pointed out clearly, and make clear that everybody realize that his father's the devil. Move on. Listen. Now, what path do you think he would take? Listen to him.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. But I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
See, brothers and sisters, I tell you, is that Elijah Muhammad's teachers? I show you evidence. He said he didn't want to go anywhere. He wants to stay here. The guy said we're supposed to leave. Elijah Muhammad said we're supposed to leave. He says, but is he in submission to the will of Allah? What God is he in submission to? But they said, no, we got to get out of here. I'll explain you why. What's the state? What's the impact on us staying here? He said, no, he wants to stay. Why does he want to stay here? When Elijah Muhammad said, we'll be fools to stay here, Master Muhammad said we must return. But he said, no. So he's wiser, or wiser than Master Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad. Now this is what he says about the devils, how he feels about the devils. Let's see how he feels about you. Remember, at this point in time, the separation is clear. At this point in time, the separation is clear, right? That it's becoming clear, Surah make the separation clear at this point in time. And you got two people, you got the demons and the saints. And they have two different ideas, two different paths. Okay. So now, what does he think about the saints? Well, we know what he thinks about the devils. He wants to stay, he wants to make them, he wants to reform them. What do you think about you? Let's look at that one.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Millie. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Millie.
Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Hey, that's what I think about the saints, the people that's putting steaks on his plate, now shoots on his back, $5,000 rings on his fingers, but what they call them stretch mobiles, and giving money to got sisters pimping out in the streets doing fundraisers for him so he can fly over the earth. That's what we think about you, both sides, male and female. But he don't mention the fact that he's the one that, when Muslims was alive, when you're the one that killed him, you and Wallace. See, that's the thing about you. But what do you think about the devil? Oh, I don't want nothing to happen to them. I love them. I love it here. I don't want nothing to happen to them. I don't see nothing bad happening to them. But you want the worms to eat your ass. You want Allah to do it. I praise Allah. Thank your name. Worms eat their ass. But for the devils, oh, I don't want nothing to happen to them. I don't see nothing bad happening to them. It's not Photoshop. That's his words. Come on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm going to close out in a minute here, brothers and sisters. See here? It's about two paths. This is the path he must lead you on. This is the path of covenant. But the situation here, brother, is what? The thing is our people up here at the crossroads trying to figure out the valid decision. He's trying to tell you, no, go this path with me. Somebody says, well, now this is your choice. No, nobody's going to lose any sleep one way or the other. Right? That's the situation right here. That's where we are right now. You see, he wants to tell you, stay in America. You're a good American. We're going to get America. Reparations. Right? So no. Nation of Islam, get an S out here. Islam. Over here, Scientology. All that bullshit over here. Islam, back to home. Land. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to play this.
15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
See, Farrakhan said we ain't going nowhere. It's calling God a liar. That's the choice you got. And nobody's going to cry. You choose, you choose Farrakhan you want, fine. In fact, that's your predilection. Go. Hurry up. But I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to give you information. You have to decide whether you want this or you want to go home. The Lamb takes you home. Perdition takes you to hell. Your choice. Couple more things, brothers, I'm close. That's for the ones that chose life. The ones that chose death, they're gone. We return home, they're finished. Let me show something else here. I'm close. Something else I think got here.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. 1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
Okay, I explained this one already. They did the vultures. Okay, I'm not going to go into that. Okay, resonance. I'm bypass. I'm going to get something else, brothers and sisters. Shield. This is your shield during the tribulation. Understand pressure. Higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. It's all about pressure. That's why no weapon they make prevail against you, because it's all about pressure. And once you understand the 5 pillars and know how to apply them, right? I'm explaining that. That's your defense. I'm not going to go into any more about that. I'm going to explain a couple of things. I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. Let me explain this. You have keys. Your alphabet is a key. It tells you, because it tells you, okay, you see letters. It tells you some letters are vowels. It's a key to learn to read. That's the basic key. The times tables, right? That's a key. You got all kinds of keys in life. And once you study the key, then you learn how to do what the key. Should I say? What the key produces, right? Like a seed, it's like a key got a certain DNA in it. It's a key, and then you plant it, then it grows, and this stuff comes out. Depends on what that key is. DNA is a key. Alphabet is a key. But these things are keys. What I'm getting at here is that that's why you have the key to our okay. The angel has a key. So when you get home, there's always be keys. Keys is everything you want to learn. There's a key to it. Then you learn that key. Show you how to develop that. Right? It's like learn how to go to the gym. That's like a key to physical ability, bodybuilding. But angel's a key, right? It's a basic key, and it teaches you how to understand, think, right? But this time frame we're in, that's scriptures are the keys. That is a key. That's you want to get more complex keys when you move to the future. But you have to get the first floor to get the second floor. It's a key. So once you understand the angel key, then you understand it locks all the things happening right now. That is a key also. See, Quran was a key for everything that happened 1,500 years ago. But now that time has passed. It was key for the winter, so to speak, right? The key for the summer is a different key from the winter. So that's why you have to understand those keys. You have to study those keys. That's why I tell people to study pressure. Pressure is a key. You understand laws of pressure. That's the key to understanding our reality. You understand those keys, then you start applying them. You don't want to do that. And there's no one I know is doing it. I know people claim they would, they're not. I show you that 2 paths down there. Okay. Look at it this way. Those 2 paths, remember, when Master Muhammad shows up, he takes people at the end of that path with the lamb. Okay. So why the other people? Because they wasn't down that path. They're still up there. Let me go back and show it. And it's better if I explain this when explain this with the thing there. Then I'm gonna close out. Once you have the key and the master belt, all stuff make sense, but it don't make sense because you don't have the key, you don't understand the key, and you're just remembering stuff. Dealing with data instead of memory, instead of knowledge. See here? Now, this is the path here. This is the path down here is where it exits. Right? So our people right here trying to decide. Suleiman's moving down here. He's actually running down this path. Why? Because it takes energy. So he's applying his energy to that, put all his energy to that, so he's going down the path. So therefore, when it's time to exit, he's at the exit, he's at the point of departure. He's going to put you at the departure point, but they're still here. They're still here. But they haven't done anything with that key yet. They're still here. So therefore, when he comes, they say, okay, now they got to run. We try to get here for the next departure. When they had left 35 years ago, they had 35 years to get here. But now they got 5 months to get here. See? Because they didn't keep up with him. They said, here, this bullshit. These can't go down this path. They only go down the path they go. But they would sit here in the decision. They didn't do anything because they didn't apply the energy. They let this guy use the energy up here. All Scientology, getting the house, all the stuff they was doing, instead of applying the energy this way. Take the energy. So they didn't apply it here. So therefore, they didn't move in this direction. They can say whatever they want to say. Okay, say for instance you go to Spain. Say for instance you spend 5 years in Spain. That's 5 years you can't speak any Spanish. So what the hell is that? You can't speak any Spanish in 5 years? You can say Espanol, you can say hasta la vista, words you remember, but you can't speak the language. If I realize you can't speak the language, all you're doing is saying some words, you know, oh, buenos dias, buenos noches, or whatever. But you can't speak the language. That's 5 years. That means you wasn't, you might have been in Spain, but you wasn't there. You was someplace in the neighborhoods where all English people were. You was just there, but you wasn't in there. If you know what I mean. Because if you was, you'd have been speaking Spanish. You knew some of it. But if you know any of it, that means, you know what I'm saying? So, because the angel, that key was specifically made for the people to get home. Suleiman was supposed to lead them by breaking it down, showing them how it works. They could, you know, it helps. He had to figure all this out, self-taught. They haven't moved. They don't know any Spanish law, none, zero. So they can talk, you can talk all the bullshit you want. That's the truth. I keep telling you, we don't speak English here, we speak actionless. The actions tells who you are, how much energy you put into it. Because the energy was, if that book was designed in a way that you can't read it, then what the good is it for you? Well, just for me. If it was just for me, then why I'm spending 35 years trying to give it to you? So therefore, when the time comes to delivery, now they got to run. Instead of 35 years, they got to do it in 5 months. That's tribulation. It's like that person that, you know, you hit them every day, and all of a sudden they get at the end, At the same time, the devil's going down too. Because the bomb was released on them at that time. Steam bomb. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's the situation. That's just the math of it. Because they were distracted, all kinds of other, whatever, I don't care. The fact is, they wasn't focused on that. Because they hadn't moved anywhere down. They didn't learn could speak any Spanish at all, none. So if you out here doing all kinds of stuff, you moving around, you partying, you going here, you traveling all those places, everything else, it takes energy for that. So if you rather do that, that means that, okay, that you like this world's life. So you want to use your energy for that. So that's what you use your energy for. You're not using it for this. I used to travel all the country when I was doing my business. I don't go anywhere now. we don't go. We don't go anywhere now. I watch a couple of movies or something. I don't go anywhere because all my energy is to this. In order to do that, I don't deal with people. I deal with people. Every time I deal with people, I never have a problem by accident or something. Because all my energy for this. And so I'm running. I'm not walking, I'm running. I didn't ask anybody to run. I asked at least walk, but they didn't even walk. So that's why they go to tribulation. That's the math of it. So they can say anything they want to say. It's not about friendship, but about family. That's the exit point, period. So when the goat comes in, if you understand the angel key, if you ain't there at the exit point, then you're gonna be destroyed when the goat comes in. Remember, they had to be there. That's what you understand these stories. You understand the key. You understand that they entered. They was at the river when the waters departed. The waters parted so they can get through. They had to be there for the water to walk through. And then once they went through, then the waters closed in on Pharaoh, destroyed Pharaoh's army. But you had to be there. So that means they got 5 months to be there and be qualified to get out of here. When they had 35 years, actually more than that, because they had 70-some years, because they started with Elijah, right? They'd been on the path when the Suman come on, so it's going to be easier. So, and because that's the FARRACON. During that time, they could be fighting for America. And they're going to get it. That's when the ghost shows up. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. The key to this, right? The key to your mind, the key, right? Your mind also for your protection is the 5 pillars, which you understand. I explained to you. I got more presentation explaining how to use them. But the key to your the reality, understands reality, because you don't need the angel unless you want to go detail if you understand the key to pressure. But nobody's studying pressure. They're not apply it to situations. He's showing you all kinds of ways. That's the key. And you're going to have to learn that key if you want to go to here, because that's, remember, everybody, the sealed Bible is the key. That's why they call it Gog. That's why they hate Russia. He said, why do they hate Russia? Because they think Russia's Gog. If you think Russia's Gog, you would hate Russia. But they're going to attack Israel when they think falls Israel. That's why they hate Gog, because it says right, that's why they attack Iraq, because they say Iraq is Babylon, and Babylon be destroyed in a day, and Syria, Damascus be destroyed in an hour, whatever. Syria, if you understand sealed Bible, you understand why they do what they're doing, because they believe that's the key they follow. It's the false key. Everything's based on the key. They give you a key, you understand the key, then you apply the key. But you're not doing that. So you're not processing. You need the key to process. Data, you don't need the key, it's got data. So you're working out data, you're not processing, it's going to cost you. You can't, I told you over and over again, I don't care, you're male, female, whatever, if you show up, just on data, you're going to be a monkey, you're going to be a chimpanzee, you're going to be a gorilla in a zoo. That's not what I told you. That's just where it is. I got to close, but I'm about to get beat up here in a minute. Let's see if I do this.
City, we have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned on, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course, it's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
I'm reaching a point of saying we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a
society is
one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions, that was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multicultural multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had, because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance said in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today, they took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleeping animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
and going westward, or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house, and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I. turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in their own rhythm, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I. enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made for slave master. He said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them. They stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, they looked at the farmers when they done it. Farmers said, oh, So then, Master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? You want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man, no communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. Wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, okay, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. What you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace it, replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't business. They didn't train anybody. So FARRACON He told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here, right? Okay. You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people and all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, I say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They totally protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold, but the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away. It's worth nothing. The people still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on the money, hope it increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because FARRACON didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRACON. Maybe call it travel land. FARRACON. They met the FARRACON, right? So they closed the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master. I come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything you want. No, we don't. Remember, the blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving. You ain't got your money's worthless. Nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone. You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. And so what? And what next? What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do, FARRACON? You told us to take reparations, so we did. They gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and those whooping their ass. Right? But I thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, we got it, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, where they, because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6 day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, we please come and get them. Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so you're not getting more reports on okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man. That came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. And he's begging it, somebody help him. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send them some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's made to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.